Yeah, so good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's study workspace. And yeah, this is another day's time for us to be productive, a time for us to embark in our productivity journey in our quest to make things happen. So in this space, we'll be working. For me, I'm doing research. So I encourage you, if you're working or you're struggling to manage your time, to manage your energy or your focus, because there is a lot of things calling our focus and our attention during this time and this age of technology. So you can join me every Wednesday and Thursday here from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Like we are starting now, by the time is 10 minutes after 10, because normally I use the 10 minutes to talk to us uh, on how it works from the time we start, like this introduction, to the time it ends, which is 4. So today we are going to be wrapping up by 4. So I encourage you to join me today if you have any task that you want to do, your research, your writing, your thesis, your project, whatever you are doing. Are you doing a creative writing? You can also join us here. So you're invited to join, and please participate. It's very important that you participate here and ask questions, especially if you're struggling with improving your results, maybe managing your energy, managing your focus and your memory. And maybe if you want to improve your memory, this is a space for you, because we'll teach you, always talk about improving our memory, how to improve your ability to retain information, your ability to retrieve information, your ability to store information. That is very important to every student and to every researcher, and those even in the industries. So you are invited, because here we talk about not just productivity and numbers, but we look at the quality, the depth of your thinking to improve the way you think deeply. So it's very important to us. And one thing I'll bring to your should I say, to your attention today is the importance of you scheduling your rest, the importance of you taking intentional breaks. So don't wait till you are tired, don't wait till you are exhausted, don't wait till you finish the whole work that you have to do. Every job that is already scheduled, you don't have to finish them all before you go on a break. Your break is very important. You should go on a break because you have so much to do. You should go on a break because you have so much to achieve, not because you've already finished everything. It's not because you got it together already. You have already, oh, I'm done with the work. That is the reason why you should go on a break. No, you go on a break because you need rest, because you need the clarity, because you need that you need to rejuvenate, you need to renew your energy, you need to also give your mind the space to you need to give your mind the space to process information, all the information that you've been gathering, that you've been watching, you've been listening to. You need time to process it. So that is why you need that break. So break is not a reward for hard work. It's not a reward for working so long. Is essential for you to be productive. If you must achieve great things, if you must achieve your goals, then you must schedule your rest, and you must do it intentionally. It's not something that you allow your body to break down first, or maybe when you can no longer go on, then you say, oh, I'm resting now. No, at that point in time, what you're doing is recovery. It's no longer rest. So you need to take intentional breaks. You need to manage your time. You need to plan it even before you start the job, before you start the task. You need to tell yourself, okay, between this time and this time, I'll be resting. So you need to know, okay, how long should I work before I go on a break, before I take a rest? It's not just a break, because sometimes people will say, oh, I'm going on a break, and what they're doing is to go on another marathon. Maybe their mind is racing, maybe they have other things to do. That is not rest. So you need to define what rest is to you. So you take breaks in between tasks, in between job, and don't always sit for a very long time. If you are sitting like me in front of a computer all the time, there is need for you to protect your eyes. There is need for you to also manage your circulation as a human being. You don't need to sit every 3 hours. Try as much as possible to stand, stretch, walk around if you can. And if you have been looking at the computer for a very long time, because that is what I do, what you have to do is that each time, just try as much as possible. After 5 minutes, 10 minutes, make sure that you take your eyes off that screen and look further ahead. Try to adjust your sight. That is very important. Protect your eyes. If the computer you're using, the light, maybe the glare is too glary, it's too bright, try to protect your eyes is an asset to every academic, it's an asset to every researcher, it's an asset to every student. Your eyes is very important, so don't take it for granted. Protect your eyes from the screen. That doesn't mean you won't work, but once you are working like you're typing or you're working, try to take your eyes off it and look further ahead to adjust your sight. Look and see how far you can see. Then you can bring your eyes back. That is very important, adjusting your sight, because most times you see people that are always looking at the computer. With time, they will need to look at things very closely. And that is how it starts, because they haven't been adjusting their sight. Most times they are looking this way, is very close, and here you can see everything. So with time, you see that looking further ahead will be a difficult task for you to see anything. So try as much as possible to take your eyes off the screen and look further ahead to adjust your sight. Try and see a little further, then you can bring back your eyes to the screen. So try and take intentional breaks. Once you take breaks, your brain is going to gain the clarity it needs, is going to process the information, so you make less mistakes and you waste less time in making decisions, and it's very important. So that is what we'll be doing today. We are starting now. This is 10 minutes after 10. So remember, 50 minutes on top of every hour will be on our break, and during that break you're allowed to talk, you're allowed to chat and do whatever you want to do during that time that gives you rest. You can also chat with us here, and today we'll be talking about productivity when it comes to being a researcher, when it comes to you being productive, a student. So we talk about that productivity in depth, what you have to do, all the things that you need to put in place. We talk about it as a system. I think as a system scientist, it's because our output, our result is not just a result of one input. It works as a system, everything connecting together. So we look at so many things that we need to put in place. Before, when you put those things in place, you see it will be running just like your body. Human body, we have different parts and they are working together. You might not know how they are working. So if you think, oh, it's my heart that is keeping me alive, if any other thing has a problem, you see, even with the best heart, you might not live. So that is how it works in every system. And our output, our result is a result of the function of different parts of our lives. So we'll be talking about that during the breaks. So you can drop in the chat what you're working on. And if you are new in this space, please introduce yourself. Maybe you let us know what you are doing. So in this space, if you read through the description, you see what you're going to be getting. And remember that during the deep work time, which is 50 minutes every 1 hour, we'll be focusing on the real tasks. So when you are here and you see us, we are not speaking, we are not chatting, which means we are in deep work section. Then when you see us chatting, that means we're on break. So I wish you a very productive day today. So join me and please invite students, as many, those that are writing their research, those that are writing whatever paper you are writing. Me, I do creative writing also, and I'm a researcher. So it is important that at least we support each other in this space. So thank you for being there, and invite others to join us. Remember, we'll be chatting again once it's 10:50, and another break will be 11:50, 12:50, 1:50, 2:53, 50 till 4. Then we wrap up. So let's go and see how much we achieve within these 50 minutes. The first section of our Pomodoro sections. So it's a break time. Yeah, that's the first break for the day. Let me see again. So maybe, yeah, thank you. Maybe I see what type of messages they're creating a focused workspace for studying and working. Yeah, so and that is what we do here, creating a focused workspace for studying and working. So here we talk about productivity and what you should do to improve your productivity. If you're working in the industry, are you working in the academic section, or you're a researcher, maybe in the research institute? So all of us will need almost the same thing. There is an underlying structure that you need to put in place, and things will start running. And like I said today, I said we'll be looking at it as a system, not just an outcome of one input. Maybe you think if you put more time, you're going to get more output, or maybe you put more money into it, or maybe you study harder. So I'm here to explain some certain things today. So we'll be looking at uh, the system, or maybe the productivity being an outcome of a whole system working together, functioning in the right way. If it is not aligning, no matter what you do, it might not work out. So remember that this is our break time, and during this break time, you're expected to go on a break or you chat with us. So if we have anything in the pause that we need to talk about, then I'll talk about that. That's what I'm looking at. And yeah, good morning to Mike and every other one that has commented and those that are here. So you're welcome. I'll be chatting about improving our productivity, like I said. So productivity is not just it's not just what you get because you put one input. Like you think you just put if you want to produce, let's just say you want to make a food, you think it's just when you put money in the pot then food comes out, or you put rice and you have food to eat. No, there are so many things you have to put together. Not only the ingredients, you need to also put in you should put on the right should I say amount of heat, and use the right pots, use the right amount of water, and do the stirring the way you should. So those are the things that makes it work. So we need to look at our outputs. If we are studying our research outputs, our outputs when it comes to results, grades, and maybe the output if you're in the industry as a function of a system. So many things will work together. You have the employers, you have those that are sick, those that are well, you have those that are good in documenting, you have those that are good hands-on. So all those things, they work together to get you to where you want to be. So we need to also look at productivity. It's not just doing more. Productivity is increasing the coherence between knowledge, action, and purpose. So there should be a coherence. It should all work together. Your knowledge, your action, and your purpose. You need to have a clear purpose. So let's look at productivity as a system alignment now. So if the system aligns, it makes it easy to be running. You know, when we were growing in, we went for a field trip. We went to a field trip in Enugu then. We went to one big farm. So they told us, oh, the farm runs on donkey. You know, that's my first time hearing that, and that's my first time. So all you have to do is to just put it on, and you go to the other side. You see everything done. So it's clean. The poultry is clean. The birds, they are fed and the water given. So everything is just done by just turning that key. So that's just an automated process. So they've already aligned the system. So let's just say at one point the water pipe broke. Do you think it's going to work? No. So that is how it works in everything. So productivity is a system alignment. It's not just something that works because you put in one ingredient or one factor more than the others. Maybe you put more time into it, or you have more knowledge. You can see that not everybody that has the most knowledge succeed, because there are other things that you need to put in place for you to succeed. Like you should have the right knowledge, you should have the should I say access to the right books, to the right knowledge, maybe the skill. Then you also need the right tools. If you are working, maybe you are supposed to type, you're supposed to do your research, and you don't have a computer, you don't have a good computer system, it will be difficult for you to do that. You can't really make a nice rice without water, no matter the quality of rice that you've been given. So that is how it works. So you have the right tools, you have to have the right knowledge, you have to have the right collaboration, because you can't do it all. Most times you will need those that will help you in one way or the other. If your computer breaks down, there's somebody that will repair it. You need you have a software problem, somebody should be there to do it. Or maybe another field, like for us that are in the transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary studies. So you need knowledge, you need support from other disciplines, other departments, other faculty. You need to learn how to collaborate with those people. So collaboration is also very important in your success story. So learn to collaborate. If you go for any, if you're lucky and you attend any conference, you're lucky to attend or go in, even in the church or in the wherever you see those that they have the knowledge or the expertise that you need, the skill that you need, please try and collaborate, ask questions. You can work with them, and that makes it easy, because it's quite difficult you trying to figure out a new thing from the beginning. It's not that you shouldn't learn, you should learn, but if you have somebody that already know it, why Why not just stand on that person's shoulder and go forward? That's how it is done. So you need collaboration, you need the right environment. If you're not in the right environment, physically, mentally, it might not work. You might have all the good tools, you might have all the knowledge that you need, and maybe you have a problem that is disturbing you. It might not work. So you need the right environment, and you need the right purpose. You have to have a purpose. You need to know clearly what you are working towards, and that will help you to avoid distraction, because many people are distracted. You see people quarreling in the office, you see people, colleagues, they are fighting. You see those even that are managers, they are all quarreling. Why are they quarreling? It's because they don't know the purpose. They are not working towards the purpose. Many of them, they have different purposes. That is why they are quarreling. If it is the same purpose, all they will have to just ask is, this we are doing, is it contributing to what we want to gain or not? So that will solve the problem. So you will need to have a clear purpose. If you are trying to establish an industry, you want to establish a new thing, you want to start a project, you want to start your thesis, you want to start anything that you know that you want to get productive with, please try as much as possible to be clear on the purpose. What is it that I'm looking for in this thing? Why am I looking for it? That is very important. So, and the most, should I say, the least factor, well, it's not the least, it's very important, but it's the most neglected factor in this productivity circle, this productivity space, is attention. You need to learn how to guide your attention. You need to give your attention to the things that will contribute to this purpose. So your attention is very important. If you have the right knowledge, you have the right tools, you have the right environment, you have the people that you can collaborate with, you have everything in place, and your attention is dragged everywhere, attention is not there, I'm telling you, you might not make progress. So that is how it works. So all these things must work together. So system alignment will lead to productivity. So make sure everything that should be in place, that they all align. If they align, things will be easier for you. So the next one we are going to be looking at is the next one we are looking at is the feedback. We look at it as, everything in the system works in a feedback loop. That is how it works, whether you like it or yes, that is how it works. If you give out, you will receive a feedback. It might be negative, it might be positive, it might be the one that is exponential, it will be a growth, it might be a decay. So it will always go that way. That is how it goes. So there is a feedback, iterative circles. You need to look at knowledge feedback, you need to look at the reflection. Okay, everything you are doing, if you wake up every day with a plan and you put this on that you are working 3 hours, so if you do that 2-3 times a week, how is it going to reflect on your work? So there are so many things you need to look at the feedback. So before you start any process, try and study, okay, if I put this on, what am I trying to achieve, and how will it affect this area of my life, this. So there's always that feedback is very important. And we've come to the end of this section, this break time. But remember, the first thing we discussed is that your productivity is a product of system alignment. Most times, productivity fails or maybe it breaks down. It's not because you are not disciplined. It's not because you are not knowledgeable enough. It's because that the structure, the system structure, must have broken down somewhere. So you need to find out what is not working or what is not aligning with the other components of this of your space, of your workspace, of your should I say productivity space. Then you try to align it. Do you have a clear purpose? Do you have the right knowledge? And you need to go and find people to collaborate with? Those are the things that you need to look out for. And collaboration is very, very important. Remember that. And your attention is the currency that you need to buy your productivity. So it needs to be guided. So during the next break, we'll be thinking of the system of our productivity as a feedback loop, not just the tasks that you put in and you get one out. So we look at it as a system that has a feedback loop. So let's go back to work and see how much you achieve in 50 minutes. Yeah, so this is our break time again. It's another time for us to stretch, walk around, relax, chat. If there is any chat, anything that you want us to talk about, you can put it in the chat so we can discuss that. I can see you. Let me see who visited. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not seeing all this today. Just those that I need to invite. Let me check here if I'll see who has been tapping. So I want to thank you for your tapping. Thank you for your encouragement. Let me check and see who has been with me. Okay, Pretty Sandra. Okay, and Home of Beauty. Yeah, should be Home of Beauty. Thank you so much for your gift and your support. Thank you so much. And you're welcome. It's been a long time. Well, I will visit. So we'll talk on your own platform, really. So we have 10 minutes now. We've been talking about how to improve our productivity as a person, as a researcher or a writer or maybe a student. These are, it's just for you to put in place a structure that works. So we talked earlier about your productivity being a product of system alignment, which means that system, when you talk about system, you're talking about components that works together. Every part of that system, if they align, things will start flowing easily, to be easier for you. You have the right environment, you have the right tools, you have the right knowledge, you have those that you can collaborate with, and you can manage your attention. So if these things align, you will see you see the output. It will be faster, it will be easier, and you'll be more efficient. So when you see that productivity is breaking down, you're trying to produce something and maybe it's looking like it's delayed, it's looking like should I say you're running out of time and things are not working out. Sometimes it's not because you are not disciplined, it's not because that you are not wise. Most times it's because that the system structure is broken somewhere, it is leaking from somewhere. So it's time for you to check which needs to be realigned. What do you need to change in the structure to get things going? So if you have everything and one of it is broken, it's just like every part of your body, they all work together to give you what you have today. If you're alive, if you're healthy, if you're walking around, if you're eating, there are systems in your body, there are subsystems in your body that are working together. We have the nervous system, we have the respiratory system, we have the digestive system. So if all these things they align and they are working well, so your body is going to be in perfect sync and you'll be efficient. But if any one of them is having problem, you will see that even if the other one is sound, is good, is efficient, it might not produce the results that you need. So system alignment is very important in your productivity. So let's talk about the second point, which I said that's what we're going to discuss during this break. Remember, we're on our break, so you're allowed to relax, meditate, take a power nap, just walk around, or maybe you chat with us. So I said, let's look at our productivity as a system feedback, not just task, not just the things, the job that we are doing, the things that we put in. So let's look at it as a system feedback, which is why we should have the right foundation, which is why we should have the right goal. We should have a clear goal that we are pursuing. Is very important, because whatever you are doing now, whatever you are reading, whatever you are writing, whatever you are doing, whatever you are learning is an input to another thing that you are going to be doing in the future. And what you are doing today should be an input for tomorrow. That is how it should work. So it's time that you start treating your tasks, the things that you're working, your job, as a living system. You need to look at it as something that you are building that uses interactive circle, which means it goes through a circle. And once you're able to learn how it works, you're able to break it down into manageable chunks, and you can identify each part of it, how it is working. It makes life easier for you. Let me explain this. If you are doing your research, the aim is not, when you sit as you are sitting now, the aim is not to just start and finish, then you start a new one. It's always an interactive process. Then you have a draft, you have the plan, you have a draft, then you do the analysis, you finish and evaluate. So if you are doing that, you need to ask yourself at the end of the evaluation, because you will need to still go back, which means there are things that were not perfect that you can still work on, like I'm doing now. Many of this research, I did it earlier, so I'm going back to it. Sometimes I have to do the analysis again, because there are some things I'm now thinking, okay, as my thought evolves, I need to do this. So you go back to it, it goes in a circle. So you ask yourself, what really worked? What didn't work? What is it that I can apply in another project? So if you have this system and it's working now, you know, okay, when you start, it should always be with a plan. You should have a draft. You should have your evaluation of each step. You should have your outcome. Then you go back to it. So if you know the step that works, you can apply it each time. So you have a project. You know, okay, should I first develop a model? Should I first write the objectives? Should I first write the limitations, or maybe to design how it flows? So you need to look at every step each time. At the end of it, you write down what you have done. So you look at it, what worked, what did not work, what do I need to improve. When these things, even in the industry, like all those agile systems that they are looking at, so it's like breaking things into manageable chunks, and you look at each part of it as a part, as one whole part. So if it works, you apply it in another one. So if you see it has worked, what you need to do is to improve it as changes comes. So if there is any change, you just have to improve that section, and things moves. That makes life easier. So if you are doing your research, you need to look at it, every part of it. You don't just go into it and say, "Oh, I'm starting a research and I need to finish." So yours is to run from the beginning, from writing your introduction to the conclusion till you submit. So if you make it that, okay, I must finish the introduction, everything must be perfect, then I will do the literature review, everything must be perfect, then I will do the methodology, everything must be perfect. At the end of it, you see that you waste a lot of time, and at the end of it, you still have to go back to it and do the corrections. So the aim shouldn't be to start and finish. The aim should be to have a draft that you can work on. So you break it into manageable chunks. Okay, I'm doing the introduction. I need to understand, okay, I need to do the methodology. As you go forward, maybe in the field, you even see, okay, these things that okay, maybe I thought I'm going to do it this way, it's not going to work. You go back to it and change. It's a learning process. So it's not just getting the output, but it is getting your should I say, your intelligence, your knowledge in a system way, so you can apply it in another system. When you start another project, it will be easier for you. You already know this is the blueprint that worked for me. You go for it straight. You don't need to start from the finish, start and finish. So you work each time, that it will be an input to tomorrow's job. At the end of every section, like we are doing now, you put a note, okay, this is where I stopped, this is where I'm starting tomorrow. So tomorrow won't be like you are trying to learn a new tool, you are trying to learn a new writing system. If you learn how to report your results, I think that's what my master's, my MPhil student, my MPhil yeah, that's my MPhil supervisor. That's one thing he taught me. He said, okay, you need to learn and have a style of reporting of your results. You have to develop your own style. So that I worked with him to learn how to report my results and then do the discussion. Once you have this formula working, all you have to do is to improve on it each time. So you don't need to start struggling. Oh, how do I do this? So it is a foundation for what will be happening tomorrow. That is how it works. So you don't need to perfect it each time, but you need to put a system in place that works. Once you have that system that works, you have those steps that works, you're able to identify each part of this system, you can easily make that part work, or maybe amend it, maybe change a little thing as changes. You know, there are so many things that changes in the life that you are in now. You just change that part of it and it will still fit in. Things will work. Not every time when you start a new project, you start thinking ahead, okay, well, how do I do this new style? You don't know where to start. That wastes a lot of time. So the interactive circle is good. The feedback, the knowledge circle, feedback is good. It's time that you start thinking of your studies, of your writing as a living system that works together. There are so many parts that works together. So you need to find it, you need to make it aligned. So we've come to the end of this break time. So we are going back to our deep work section. So if you have been with us, thank you for being there. And for all your support, I say thank you. So we are working again for another 15 minutes. At the end of this, we continue. So if you have any question, you can ask, because this thing applies to everything in life. Everything. So you need to think about your job as a living system. You know that your today will determine your tomorrow. That is how it works. And if you put things down now, that might affect what you have tomorrow. So if you think it that way, you will try to lay foundation so you build on it each time, making life easier. So let's talk again once it's 12:50. So we've come to the end of this section. So it's break time once again. We can go on a break, stretch. Let's see what we have in the chat, if there is any. And yeah, for those that have been with me, thank you so much. Yeah, and Senior Jerusalem, they're still there. And I want to thank Home of Beauty for all the support, for being there all this while, and for Antonio Jerusalem also, you've been there. Thank you. And to everyone that has joined, those that are just joining, and those that has been with us here. So it's time for us to stretch. That's like 3 hours of sitting. We have stood for some time, a little while. So it's good that you also stand and stretch. As a good way. For every 3 hours, make sure that you stand and stretch, because that helps you to improve circulation. That's very important. For your health, you will need to do that. You need to move around, move your body. Don't just sit and try to adjust your sights by looking a little further from the screen. Take your eyes off the screen and then look around. Remember that you're in your mindful break time, so be present in your break is very important. So we are talking about improving our productivity and what it entails, which I was saying is not just improving the number of outputs, maybe the results, just increasing or doing more. To many, doing more is being efficient, is being productive, but we need to look at it as a system. We need to look at the resilience of the system. We need to look at reproduce. Should I say, you be able to reproduce it? Let's just look at it as something that needs to work together to bring out the outcome that we are looking at. So the system must be, and it must align. Every part of the system must align for things to move forward. So if there is any part of the system that is not aligning, that is when you see the productivity breakdown. So most times productivity doesn't break down because you're not efficient. It's not because you've lost your intelligence, but because most times the system structure is not aligning. So if it is not aligning, you will see yourself struggling. You see yourself trying to set things up every day, which is a waste of time. So you look at all the resources that you have, the knowledge. You need to have the right knowledge. You have to have the right tools. You need to have the right environment, the collaboration, those support system that you need. And you need to also be able to manage your focus for you to move forward. So those things are very important. Also, you need to look at your goals, your objective, your purpose. Are you really clear on what you want from that project or what you're doing? So what is it that you're targeting? So those are very, very important. After that, I said we should also look at our production, our productivity as an outcome of not only just alignment. We should look at it as a feedback system, because most times we know that feedback works in almost every circle in life, almost everything. Things are not always as linear as we make them to look. especially in writing, especially in research. You see, when we are doing our regression, when we do our correlation, when we do all those analysis, most times we just put in this and say, okay, this was caused by this. It can be explained by this and it can be explained by that. So let's look at it as a system which is not linear most times. The life we are living is not linear. So is everything around it. So it's not always linear. So I want us to look at our output, our productivity as a result of a system feedback. So whatever you are doing today is a foundation for what will be happening tomorrow. So you need to try and use the iterative cycle. You need to look at the knowledge feedback. You need to look at all the steps that you take each time and see if you can optimize them, so you can improve on it each time, so you don't need to start all over again every time. So the last one, not oh, you see, the last one, we have a lot to do, so we can finish it, but I think this third one, we can do it maybe twice or so. We'll be able to finish it. It's not just the interactive and the knowledge, so we also need to look at that the system that's synthesizing all that we've learned, all that we've seen, and see if we can apply it in other things, in other phase of life. Most of the theories that you see in learning, for those of us that are in transdisciplinary or maybe interdisciplinary studies, you understand this. You can actually transfer knowledge from one discipline to the other. So you need to look at what you are having now, what knowledge you have, what skill you have, which of it can be applied in other phase in life, in other places in life, in other aspects. There are some of the things you see in economics you can apply in ecology. There are some of the things that you see in health that you can apply even in production. So let's look at the feedback system. The feedback system, when you look at the ecology itself, is the feedback that makes us understand, okay, if this system is resilient or is not, and also that also is applicable in biological cycles. When you look at it, sometimes it breaks down because it is optimized for efficiency and it's no longer resilient, so you see things breaking down. That can also be used in economics. It can be used in engineering. So that is applicable. So when you look at such systems, you will see that yes, we'll have emergence, we have the feedback. So when you look at your knowledge, when you look at your productivity as a system, as something that is going to bring about a feedback and is a result of another feedback, then you need to plan it that way and treat it as a living system and treat it like what will bring about the tomorrow's outcome and what you need to improve on. So let's look at that as synthesizing. That's as the highest form of productivity, because most times people think it's all about you put in inputs to get outputs and you add this task, then it's very linear. You just write, then you submit, then you have what you have. But if you look at it as a system, you look at it that is something that you need to learn in order to apply it in other field in life, then you learn differently. That is how it works. So you need to think widely, and that helps you to improve your memory, that helps you to improve your knowledge. Because most of these things I was just looking at, they like normally I use it here. When you look at in economy, when you look should I say, in some of the economic theories that we have, you can actually apply them in so many other fields, like in ecology, you can apply them anywhere, so many places, in health, even in productivity. Like now we look at the production system. In economics, we look at the production cycle, the starting, the middle, that's when it breaks even, and when it starts declining, when we have the diminishing return, the marginal, the increase at increasing rates, and the diminishing return. They all is applicable in your everyday life. Let's just say if you're working and every day you're optimizing for efficiency, so you keep working and working, and you reach the burnout, then it will start declining at a faster rate. So when you draw that graph, it's going to look exactly like the production curve if you draw it well. Then when you look at the forgetting, that's the forgetting curve. Like if you are reading, you keep reading without giving yourself the rest, without trying to use other strategies, without trying to diversify. With time, you start forgetting more than you are learning. With time, you start declining, you won't even be learning, and you are struggling. So when you draw that graph, it's still going to look like the production circle graph. So when you are studying, when you are doing anything, you are learning a new skill, ask yourself, which of these can I apply in other things? Which of these can be applied? So how does this that I'm learning relate to other field? That is how you diversify. That is how you improve your memory. That is how you improve the relevance of your analysis, of your writing. So you need to ask yourself, which of these applies to other fields, especially for those that wants to go into interdisciplinary studies. You want to go into transdisciplinary studies, you will need to learn how that works. And how does it work? You need to check which of these theory, which of these, should I say, steps, which of these aspects, which of the aspects in this study can be applied in another. And most times they can go across. So you need to think about that. And you need to also check the pattern that go across discipline. There are patterns that goes across discipline. So if you're applying anything, you are doing anything, you're trying to do your analysis, remember that even if you're following, we were taught to move in steps. So we move from identifying the goals to making the objective to writing and collecting data and all those. So when you think about it as a system, you will see it goes that way. The only thing that now it goes in circles, and now we know that yes, there is emergence in between and within every of the stages. So when you look at that and you learn that there is feedback, you learn how it works, then you can apply it in any other subject, you can apply it in any field in life. So you need to look at all the principles that can be transferred also. Which principle in health, if you're in health, that can be transferred into economics, that can be transferred into your everyday living. That makes life easy. It makes life easy, and it will help you not to forget easily. It will help your memory. So try to look at what can be applied, what can be transferred, what is common in these two subjects or in these two disciplines. What can I take from this discipline to the other to improve it? So that is how you should be thinking, and that is the highest form of productivity. It's not just getting the output out, but having a good quality. That's making it more practical, because life itself is connected, and the things that we learn is connected. It's not always alone and straightforward linear as we tend to project it in writing. It is always, most times, is not linear, it's complex, so it fits back. That the feedback might be big, it might be small, it might be negative, it might be positive. So the feedback is always there, which brings emergence. So we've come to the end of this section, and let's go back to work and see how much we can achieve before 150. So it's our break time once again. This is 1:50. It's a mindful break. So it's time for us to stretch, relax. You can have a power nap. You can then rest. Maybe meditate. Anything that makes you relax is very, very important at this point in time. And we can also chat. If you are there in the chat, you can just tap, or maybe you try as much as possible to just say hello so people will know that you are there. It's encouraging to me and to every other person that is in this space. So whichever platform you're watching from, you can support in whichever way you can support, like maybe tapping, chatting. So let's know how many we are in here. And we are talking about productivity, how to improve your productivity as a researcher, as a student, as a worker? Are you working in the industry? Are you working in the research institute? Are you in a school? So every one of us, we should learn that there is an underlying structure that you need to put in place that works in everything. That is just how it works. Till you start learning how to implement what you have learned in one subject or in one discipline to the other, then you still need to grow towards that. That is the should I say, being able to synthesize, being able to transfer knowledge from one field to the other. That is very, very important. And that is what they are talking about when they are, whenever you hear people talk about interdisciplinary studies, transdisciplinary studies, because most of the things that we are learning can be applied in other sectors, in other discipline. So you need to ask yourself each time, what can I take from this and apply in another aspect? Maybe at home, in life, in industry. Look at the theories that you have seen, look at the patterns that you have studied, things that you have seen, and see if they are applicable. Sorry, if they're applicable to other things that you see. And that is how knowledge grows. That is what makes you a deeper thinker. Let me just say a system thinker, because you tend to look at things as being connected, not really confusing, not in chaos. Is not as if it is something that doesn't have a pattern. Most things in life, they have a pattern. I was trying to compare the production that's the production possibility curve, or those production curve with so many other curve. And when you put system thinking into it, you see that yes, it's such an interesting thing to look at. Most things in life, they follow that curve, because I've been analyzing it for a very long time. Maybe one day I will just have the time, because I have loads and loads of pages looking at other theories, looking at other functions in life, in biology, in economics, in finance, and all that, in physical health and how it works. And you will see that most of them, they follow that, because there is always a limitation, there is always the rapid growth, there is always the constraints, or maybe the innovation, or the idea, or the new things that you can do to sustain growth. That is how it works. So whatever you are doing, try to see if it can be applied in other sectors, in other studies. That is the easiest way to develop your thinking. That is the easiest way to develop, to improve your memory, and that is a higher level of thinking. It's not just about learning it. Maybe you collect information, you know about this, you know about that, till you start synthesizing it, till you start bringing it together, till you start seeing the connection between what you're learning to other things in life, things around you. It would be, should I say, you're not using that knowledge deeply. So you need to learn how to use your knowledge deeply. Try to relate things that you see with things that you have learned maybe before. Try to relate the new things that you are learning to things that you have seen around you. It's very important. So we talked about the things that needs to be in place, that your productivity is not, it doesn't happen in an island. It's not linear. It's not just like you need to put in more labor, you need to put in more resources so as to get output. So it works like a system. So you need to look at all the components of the system to see if they are all aligning. If they are aligning, then things will be easy. And that is why when you meet any productivity coach, or maybe somebody that is teaching you about productivity, they will always stress that you should find a simple routine that works. Like you have a set table that you need to return to each time to work. You have a note that you put down what you have learned and what you are going to do next. You need to have a plan. So they want you to put a simple routine that will reduce the time you spend making plans, and that helps efficiency, that helps productivity. So you need to look at that environment, look at the whole system, the environment. You have the right environment, you have the right tools that you need, you have the right you have enough, should I say, people that you can collaborate with, and you have your attention in control, because your attention is the currency that you need to buy whatever you need this time. So if you have this system all aligned, it makes things easier for you. So try as much as possible to look at why you are not productive. It sometimes it might not be that you are not intelligent. So many people say, oh, because I'm not born intelligent, is because I'm this and that. Maybe it's bad. No, sometimes it is the system structure, or the underlying structure is not aligning. If it is not aligning, you see yourself struggling. You might be all intelligent, you might have all the tools, but if you can't control, if you don't know how to manage your energy, you don't know how to manage your focus, you will still fall behind. That is how just it works. So you need to look at these systems, the component of the system, and be sure that okay, they align. Once they align, so you look at it, you go forward to look at your production system, maybe what you're working on as a system that has a feedback. So each time when you start working, you treat it as a living thing, which means what you're doing now is going to form, should I say, an input to what you're going to do tomorrow. It will lead to what you're going to do next. So you keep a note of what you're doing, break it into manageable chunks, and try to improve the chunk each time. So if you have a routine that is working, you have a step that you have developed already that works, it makes it easier. Let's just take it, for instance, you are a researcher and you've learned all the steps that you need to follow. Maybe you've used it the first time, the second time, and if it works, what happens? You have to just put it as, okay, this is what works. And if you finish and after all the iterative process and you find out that this didn't work, this one did not work, all you have to do is to remove the ones that did not work, maybe reevaluate it, maybe just improve it. So that kind of system is what you need to put in place to reduce your stress, to reduce the time you waste. Let's just take it, for instance, if you are still an undergraduate student, maybe you are a master's student, like I will always tell all the master's students, at that point, you are trying to become a master of your subject. So don't trade it for anything. Make sure that you learn all that you need to learn at that point in time to be a master of your subject. So that time, try to develop your own style of writing. If you are writing your objective, you need to do it specifically. You need to be very clear on what you want to do. When you are writing your results section, that is where your style comes in. Learn how to report your results. So if you have this system in place that, okay, when you start, okay, what am I supposed to be reporting? You know the language to use and you've formed it and it has worked. The first time you submitted it, it worked. You sent your paper out and it was accepted. What happens the next time? All you have to do is to bring it down the same way you interpret it. But because you are growing, so at that stage, you just have to change as the situation is changing, as maybe the paper you are submitting, the journal you are submitting to whatever they demand, you just need to incorporate it into that aspect of the paper. So it makes it work easy. So that is what you need to do. Think about your production, think about your studies, think about your research as a living system. So when you have all the components working together and they are aligning, you think about the feedback. Okay, whatever you do now is going to lead to what you will do tomorrow. So you learn to automate it in a way, and then you improve each aspect of it as it changes as required each time. So you know when there is a problem, you can easily find out which stage is having the problem. So you can go straight to that stage and sort it out. That makes life easier for you. But if you start all over every time you want to do a research, you start all over. Oh, how does it work? Because most times people will should I say, they will sublet. They are going to sell their performance. They are going to sell their competence. They are going to sell their intelligence. They will pay others to do some aspect of it. Then when they want to do it again, they will start struggling. So during your masters, please try as much as possible to learn, to master that subject, master the art of writing at that point in time, master the art of analysis at that point in time, and try as much as possible to develop a style of writing. So when you have those things in place, it makes life easier for you as a researcher. It makes life easier for you as an academic, or maybe even in the industry. So you use that kind of system, the agile system. You try to look at every bit of it, and you keep should I say, reevaluating it, improving it. So develop that style and make it work for you. Identify the things that did not work and take it out. So we've come to the end of this break time. So we are in the we are in the deep work session again. For me, I'm doing some analysis now. That is what I'm doing. So welcome to everyone that is joining us now. Let's see how much you can achieve before 250. So it's another break time. So let's go on a break and relax and stretch, and maybe discuss if there are things that you need to ask and how to improve your productivity. It's not like, when some people see us here, they'll think, oh, maybe it's so stressful. How can I stay this way? It makes life less stressful, because now, after that, you must have dealt with the things that matters. You have other times to focus on the other things. So you wouldn't be feeling guilty, you wouldn't be procrastinating, and that makes life easier. Actually, it makes life easier if you have a structure, if you have a routine that works for you, if you have simple, should I say, plans on how things should run. It makes life easier instead of stressful. Like, you see us here, you see anybody that has joined me, or maybe you see me here for that 6 hours, it's less stressful, because in between tasks we rest. In every 1 hour, we have 10 minutes of mindful break. So during the break, we chat, we can relax, we can eat. We have so many other things that we can do during that time to regain our energy. That is how it works. We are not just we don't just focus, we don't just put our mind to work for that 6 hours. So we work and we take a rest, we work and we take a break. That is how it works, and that is how you should use it, because there is no growth without limitation actually in life. Every growth has limitation, but with time, maybe you can change goal. There are so many things that can be changed, and yeah, the growth can be sustained. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't have a limit. So if you want to improve, if you want to be productive, if you want to achieve better results, then you need to learn about that growth and learn the limitation, learn the restrictions that you have. For us human, energy is not limitless, it's not infinite, it is finite. So for every system that operates in a finite environment, or maybe a system that has boundary, resource limits, energy limits, then there will be a limit to growth. So don't go stressing yourself. And that is why, so you start thinking that way, you start thinking like a system, you start thinking with connection, you start thinking about the components and how they relate, then you might think that resting is wasting your time, or resting is not very important. If you start thinking that way and see, okay, without rest, then you might not actually get what you want, because you might put much more energy, much more time, and gain very little or even nothing at the end. So when you think about that way, then you will take rest, and you are resting because not because you have a lot to do, not because you don't have anything to do. You are resting because it is very essential in your productivity. It helps you to think faster, it helps you to gain clarity, it helps your body to relax, it helps you to regain your energy, because you need more of it to work. So that is why you go on a break. That is why you rest is very important. So you need to start thinking that way if you want to be productive. No matter the area you are in, are you in academics? Are you in the industry? Are you working in an institution already? Are you studying? This is applicable across. So I'm just talking now like a system thinker, maybe talking like somebody that is in an interdisciplinary space. So there are some of these principles that you can apply across discipline, across space, across different areas of life. Like this rest and work balance is very, very important. So if you're a student, you have to think it this way that yes, you will need rest because your brain needs it to process information. You will need rest because you will need it to gain your energy back. You need rest because you have a lot to do. You need rest because you're a human being and your energy is not infinite. Your energy runs out. So you need to renew, you will need to renew your energy. So that is why you need rest. Rest is not what you get because you finished everything you have to do. Rest is not a reward for your long time at work. It's not because you have been working hard. That is why you need rest. No. You need rest because you have a lot more to do. That is why you need rest. So try as much as possible to schedule your rest. Make sure you take intentional breaks. I say intentional, and it's for a reason because whether you want to rest or you don't want to rest, you are going to rest. And it will not be beneficial to you if it is unintentional because now you see yourself, you are reading the same line, you are reading the same passage, you are reading the same paragraph over and over and again, and you are not understanding it easily. You might actually be making progress, but the progress is no longer as fast, and that is not beneficial when it comes to productivity. And when you think, okay, this rest is not important, let me put more effort, let me work longer time, you see yourself because of that limitation, the limits in every system. Then you see that when you have used up the energy, you enter into recovery, exhaustion, and now you need recovery. At that point in time, your body is going to take a rest on you, your mind will take a rest, and whether you like it or not, you see yourself, you are reading and you are zooming off, you are here in the UK, but you're thinking about India, you're thinking about Africa, and yeah, before you know it, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 30 minutes. Why don't you just take a rest and let it be intentional? 10 minutes, you are back again, and you see yourself thinking in a better way and maybe faster. So that is just what it applies in everything that we do. Remember that every system that is operating within a boundary, if the resources you are using has a boundary, it is limited, there must be a restriction. So make sure that you find out what is this restriction. For us human, it is our energy, it is not finite. So you need to manage your energy. And that is why I always say that your energy is the most important part of it, because some people they are fighting with time. They are like, oh, I don't have time, oh, the time is just limited. No, if you're given more 24 hours and you don't have the energy, I bet you will use it for nothing. You might not even use it for anything because you don't have energy. So you need to manage your energy, know where to put your energy, know when you have the most energy to work, and that then use it for the most important job that you have at hand. So this is what you need to find out. In every system, there is a limit. There is a limit. There is no endless energy. There is no endless time. There is no endless resources. Once you use resources, once you use energy, and all, so if it's operating within a boundary, there is a restriction to it. So for us human, rest is very important. So that rest will give you a time to reset, a time to diversify, a time to sustain the growth is very, very important. And when you look at how your brain, how your memory is fashioned, you understand this easier. When your mind rests, when it is resting, that is the time it will process the information. And if you're not resting, then you enter into that forgetting curve that you read more and you understand less. At a time, you start forgetting more than you are reading. So rest is very, very important. Even when I did not understand this so many years ago during my undergraduate days, and people will be like, oh, you are not coming to night class. No, I will always tell them, no, I don't do night class because I need rest. And believe you can, my name is there, you can just go ask anybody in my class, they will let you know. and none of them were better than me when it comes to academics. I rested. I didn't understand it, but when I understood, what I later found out is whenever I sleep well, it makes it to stick. After reading, I will sleep over it in the morning. I will just have to review it, revise it, and yeah, that is it. But you see, people, they will keep reading and reading and reading. It's just like you pouring water in already full cup. It will not go anywhere. But if you allow it to digest, you take those ones in, you pour another one, you take those ones in, that is how you increase your capacity. So rest is very, very important. Make sure that you take care of yourself. When you rest, you reset. When you rest, you gain the clarity that you need. When you rest, your brain will process the information that you need. And when you rest, your body is healthier and you are going to work longer in life than those that did not rest. Believe it. I know that accident happens, but let's just put, we are saying now in economies, like everything being equal, if all of you face the same situation, you work longer than those that never had to rest. And they will never be better than you, because rest doesn't reduce your productivity, rather it increases it, which means you should work because you have a lot to achieve. You should rest because you have a lot of work to do. So it's very, very important you think about it that way. So this is 3 p.m. again, and we are back to our deep work section. So I wish every one of us a successful 1 hour, because this time we are rounding it up by 4. So by 4, I'll round it up. And I want you to put your mind to what you are working on, reduce distraction during this time. Let your brain know that, yes, after 15 minutes, after 1 hour, I'm resting, and you see to work better for you. That is how human brain works. It's very, very good that you rest in between jobs. So let's see how much you achieve within this hour. When it's 4, we chat. If you have any question, you can put it in the chat and let's talk about it. So this is 4 p.m. and that is where we close it today. So it has been a lovely day. It has been a very good day. So I think we deserve the celebration since yesterday we've done 12 hours. That is what it means now. That we've done complete 12 hours. If you've been joining us, you see that it's less stressful to use this Pomodoro section because you have rest in between, you have chat in between, you can rest your mind, you can just get a break and then return to the work. You have at hand with clarity, with rested body, and it's very important. I don't know what you'll be continuing to do today, if you are going to be continuing your work or you are going to stop and get a long break like I'm going to be doing now, then you need the rest, and after that you can work, but make sure that you have rest in between, that you have enough rest. It's very, very important. We've all been taught how to do the task, how to attend to the job, how to be attentive to job, but who has ever taught us how to be attentive to rest? It's very important that we learn that rest is part of being productive. It's part of our productivity circle and resources, and it's part of being wise. That shows that you are wise. If you're somebody that rests and you rest at the right time, you take intentional breaks, that means you are wise, you know. The thing is that I know that there are so many things that can make you, that can push people to keep working, but that doesn't mean you should continue doing that always. If it has become a habit, then it's not good for you. Don't make it a habit to wear exhaustion like you're wearing a second clothes, a second skin. You know, some people, they take pride by looking so tired, and yeah, people say, oh, they are working hard. No, that is not it. That is not about the productivity. You're not going to be more productive by working too hard and being exhausted. You're going to be more productive if you work and having the right balance between work and rest. You produce more and you live longer and you live healthier and you're happier and less stressful for you and everybody around you. Because once you're tired, you see yourself making some low level mistakes. So many times you see people say, oh, the doctor made a mistake, or there was a medical mistake, or there was a mistake maybe in your analysis. Sometimes it's not all about carelessness. It might be tiredness. You might be exhausted and your mind is not taking the judgment and the decision very fast as it ought to do. And you need to rest your mind at that point in time to regain your clarity, to regain your ability to work at the optimum level. So it's very important. Learn to review your system, look around the system, everything working together for your output, and see if they align. If they doesn't align, try to realign it, try to make a normal routine, maybe a simple routine that runs through for you. Just make a Gantt chart, plan your day, plan your week, and break it into days. And then within the day, try to break it down further to know, okay, within this time and this time, this is what I ought to do. That is how it should be. It's very, very important that you break down your tasks and know exactly what you should be doing in the next 1 hour. I don't want you to plan within each day. You start planning each day. That will make it very micro, and sometimes it's very stressful. Plan your week, maybe your month. After planning the month, try to break it down in a week and focus within the week. This is what I want to achieve within this week. And within that week, break it down further now and say, okay, within on Tuesday, I'm doing this, on Wednesday, I'm doing this. And please try as much as possible to put time to it. Because once you put time to it, then it will help you to get the structure that you need to work it out. And don't just make it vague and say, okay, I'm going to be writing my thesis, okay, I'm going to be writing this table, I'm going to be developing this model. All I want you to do this at this point in time is to break it down and be specific. I'll be writing a paragraph, I'll be correcting 2 pages, I'll be correcting this section of the work, I'll be developing this part of the model within 30 minutes, within 1 hour. So you measure it that way. And please try as much as possible to celebrate every milestone that you achieve. And you can use some app, maybe groceries, maybe you just relax. At the end of the day, you take yourself out and maybe have a cup of tea with a friend, go for a walk, and whatever that makes you relax. Make it a point of, should I say, make it a point of duty that you celebrate yourself because you deserve it. And once you celebrate your milestone, sorry, you see yourself looking forward to achieving another one. That is how it works. So it's very, very important that you plan your day, that you plan your rest before you go to that work, before you start that job, that task. I want you to plan your rest. So, okay, at this point in time, I'll be taking a rest between this time and this time. And let those, your colleague, let your first line manager, let those around you know that, yes, your break is very important to you. And once they know, they are going to respect it. But if you don't let them know, you see yourself suffering because they'll be calling you, please can you finish this, or please can you just do this before going on break, and that is not helpful. And when you put your boundary very clear, it brings respect, and that means you respect the work and they will also respect you. It's very, very good that you let them know, oh, within this time I'm always on break, I'll be going on break. There might be emergencies, but once it has become a custom, you see somebody calling you midnight, around 2, around 1, please, can you do this? Can you do that? And that is very exhausting. And people will think, oh, I'm just being human. No, you are neglecting yourself. You are not giving the boundary. You're not giving yourself rest. And that is going to affect you one way or the other. So make it clear between this time and this time, please, I'm resting. It's my time. It's my break. And every manager, every employer will appreciate that, because you will be more efficient when you are working. It's very important. And if you're working for yourself, you are your own employer. Many people say, I want to be my own employer so I can have more rest. And then I've seen many of them, once they become their own employer, they no longer have rest because they have to do everything. I will need to finish this one. The more you do that, the less productive you become. You might think, okay, I'm making a progress. It might be progressing in the beginning, because that is just how it works. It will be increasing at increasing rate. Then it's going to saturate. Then it will start going down. And most times, because we are human and our own limitation is our own biological, our own body is the resources we have, the energy, then it might go to the end that you don't want it to be, where you see your body taking a break on you. You don't want that. So take your rest serious. And if productivity is your thing, is something that you are planning to do this year, you want to have a lot of achievements, please make sure that you start planning your rest each time. Make sure that you plan the time that you work. Make sure you have a plan. You know what you ought to do every 1 hour, and you have to make your time audit. Look at your time, know what you're doing every 1 hour. After you've done that for 1 week, you see what you need to work on, you see what you need to reduce, you see where you need to put your attention. And remember that your attention is the currency that you need to buy whatever you want during this digital age, because there is a lot of distraction. So manage your attention with all diligence. Be sure to focus on the things that matters, and you have time to go to all those things. You can call your family, you have the social interaction time, but make sure you have a plan. Make sure that you are not trying to write introduction and then something pop up. Before you know it, you are in Japan, from Japan to China, from China to Australia. You Before you know it, 30 minutes, 1 hour is gone. So have a structure, it helps, and you have time to also uh, stroll through this streets of online social media. You will have the time, and you feel less guilty. You feel like you are doing something because you have already finished the things that matters, like we did today. So you have time to do other things. I want to thank everyone that contributed in one way or the other for for the messages, for the tapping, for those that were there. I want to say thank you. I remember that we'll be here again on Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. like this, and every Wednesday and Thursday we do same. So thank you, and see you again next week.